Okay, audio should be good on YouTube now. I do agree, William. It is not easy. I'll pass that along actually, because it is not very intuitive actually. All right, good audio's on YouTube. I don't know why it wasn't pathed through the right microphone. I have two microphones, and for some reason, StreamYard decided to select the other one today, even though it is not the default one. All right, so let's swap layouts here. I think we're all set as far as that goes. Actually, you know what I'm going to do really quickly. Relaunch everything. There we go. So let's see. I have some meetings today at 11 o'clock Eastern. I will be gone for nearly an hour, give or take. It's Wednesday, so Jamie will take over at noon Eastern. And then I should be back at 1 for the rest of the day. I will be shutting the rooms down at about 3 o'clock today. I have a meeting at 3 o'clock that'll take me through the balance of the day. So I'll be shutting down at about 3 o'clock today. So sorry, I didn't even realize the market had opened. A bit bogged down with some things going on right now. Oh, let's see what's happening. Let's get this race up there. There we go. TBLA. Earnings, huge jump. Computer programming. Poke through 3, back under. Open. No idea what that is. Real estate offices. Sounds like nonsense. 400 million in the float, or 479 million in the float. It's a pretty big float right there. CHSN, Chinese stock, newer issue. $3.75 million in the float, tiny float, ton of volume. Post-market earnings on the 15th. Well, we'll keep an eye. So, got to watch these low floaters. Love to pull the ripcord real fast on everybody. SOUN. This is AI related, right? Yeah. Let's see post-market earnings for tomorrow. It looks like lithium stocks are very strong at the moment. Yeah, LI, LTHM. Here's the sector itself. Not exactly a strong looking daily chart for that sector. However, we're concerned with the here and now. MRSN. This thing's been a monster for well over a week and 2 weeks now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So with the exception of this red candle here, I mean, we're talking 8 trading days, 9, today being the 9th trading day, right? There's PAGS. We talked about this a bunch the last several days. So sideways and then faded yesterday after several days of really strong price action. Let's see what happens with that. GRWG reported earnings yesterday after the bell. Not a small float, not huge, obviously, either. 58 million in that float. Mankind. So reported earnings after the bell. Pretty good size float, 256 mil in the float. I remember this thing years ago had some huge moves. I mean, I'm talking like years ago. 2018 maybe, right? Yeah. 2017. Okay. And that wasn't as big as I thought. I thought there was some bigger moves in this, actually, to be honest. So Carvana trying to hold that $12 level. There's also Riot. So Carvana off to the races here. There's a pretty big reversal on the SPY here. Gapped up. Good size topping shadow. And now giving it up. See if it fills that gap or not. Gaps do love to be filled. There's Kind. Reported earnings after the bell yesterday. Good size float, 108 million in that float. CLSK reporting after the bell today. ARRY. Gap down on a reversal here. Reported after the bell yesterday. Looks like a gap down, found support around that 18 level, as it likes to do pretty often, it seems. Rivian. Positive reaction to earnings from yesterday's post-market. SPY continues to fall. What is this? LZ. More data processing, post-market earnings. A lot of volume, a lot of liquidity. LegalZoom. Well, I think I've seen their commercials. Terrible daily chart. Good Lord, that's a terrible daily chart. But again, concerned with the here and now. LSPN. Again, another post-market earnings from yesterday. Again, another awful-looking daily chart. Wendy's. Trying to poke its head up over this bit of resistance there. And on that chart there, 2440, give or take. That topping shadow, excuse me, 2340. All right, yeah, 2340, excuse me, 2349, give or take. And 2367 there. So some areas of interest for that on that daily chart for Wendy's. They reported this morning. All right, nothing jumping at me too hard at the moment. Play the patience game here, especially with the SPY having done that. The only thing that's continued to look strong at this point, like a LegalZoom, that gap up and go, just too much of a chase for me this early. I very well could be wrong. This thing could run right up to $11 for all I know, but I'm going to need it to give me an entry that makes sense. Nerve, this has been on and off for a couple days now. Not a crazy amount of volume done in it. This thing can get spread. It was just opened up to 10 cents. I was going to say it got a 5-cent spread, opened up to 10. Now it's at 9. So we'll keep an eye on that one here. Small float too, 4.45 million in that float. So poking its head up over 10, but the bid is only at 790 right now. That spread's really widened up, almost 20 cents. Back down to 10. Anyway, we keep an eye on it. Maybe it gives us an entry. Maybe it doesn't. Bid is up over. Bid is at 8. I took some at 8 on that NERV. Actually going to stick an order to sell some at 8.10. See if I can't get a fill. All right, I got out of that nerve at 789, 788. Sorry, 788. That's what I get for trading in the first half an hour. Set a price alert and revisit. Gets back over 8 again. LegalZoom holding strong here off that open. Wow, Carvana shot up. Trying to take out that 13 there. And Carvana's taking out 13. And now here comes the SPY to bounce. So we came down, just about filled that gap right there, that bottoming shadow. And now we're bouncing. CDI? Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't see that. Yeah, it just says circuit breaker halt, so I don't know. Usually it's 5 minutes for the first one, 10 minutes for the second one. CELH. What do I think of that? A huge breakaway right there. Huge breakaway. Long term, like, what can I really say about it? Long term, it's at all-time highs, Short term, I'm not going to go chase something up $20. It's also out of my price range that I would normally trade anyways, but regardless, chart's a chart. You need that to consolidate for a little bit. LPSN squeezing. I don't know. I mean, it's got a short flow of 13%. I kind of doubt it'd be squeezing at this point down here after this big gap down like that. I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna guess people short it back here, not down here. If they're short it down here, I can't really understand their logic behind that. I suppose anything is possible. I think it's just an earnings play. I don't think it's a squeeze. GRWG, keep on keeping on. Room up to $5 here. There's the SPY making a nice move now. I would say Mateo. Something to think about looking at charts. Start with some basic stuff. Some, simple moving average, maybe some exponential moving averages, pivot points, things like that. Draw lines on charts, draw a line on a chart, see where price touches that line a lot. Trend lines, support and resistance lines, things like that. Start with those kinds of basic things. There's a million and one things you could put on there. But I would start with some of the more common basic things, then maybe move into some RSI. When you want to start to get a little more fancy, start to look at things like maybe MACD, ADX, DR, things of those natures. I don't use most of it, but I've looked them over. I get at least most of the basics for them. It takes time like everything else. Did Riot have earnings already? I don't know. No. Post market today. There's that LSPN. Checked it off as 6. KIND. Still hanging around that upper channel. Carvana back under 13. Mankind grinding away. MRSN as well. Chugging along here. Rivian hanging in there. So a few things running away, a few things chopping around. CLSK made a nice move up over 5, back under it again. TBLA back under 3 again. All right, Mateo, here's something that might help you. This was given to me by Real many years ago, patternsite.com. I just started going through all the charting patterns and stuff there, studying them over and over and over and over again. So if patterns are something you're interested in, that might be something you want to check out. Bowiski's, did a lot of work with the CMT, and testing different patterns and success fail rates, things of that nature. Oops, sorry, I put that in the stocks only. My apologies. There you go. Put that in the general market. Chuck, this is Chris, not Steve, and Steve has never automated trading ever. It's for over in the YouTube side of things. I have dabbled in some automation, but I don't like to give up the control. I'm not a give up the control kind of guy. There's nobody here that really automates trading at Trade Ideas. We all manage it all manually. Rivian bouncing around still. So Legal Zoom still bouncing around here. Mankind, same thing. CLSK. Nice early moves, volume behind them. SPY trying to put in a third green 15-minute candle here. Carvana back over 13. LPSN still kind of hanging around that area there. CLSK rejected at 5 again. SPY right back down. So, the same market we had. CPI matters nothing, obviously. It's just going to be the exact same thing we've had, it looks like. We can blame it on anything we want, but the bottom line is the market just cannot make up its mind. What's the saying? If they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out. Something like that, right? I think it's something like that. Rivian. HCDI. Who are you? What are you doing? Volume really picking up there. Should probably pop over 700,000 shares traded in a moment. Super spready stock right now. Really all over the place. Really, really all over the place. 500,000 in the float. So this thing is this thing's going to be jumping all over the place. Terry, I don't see an email from you from Monday. The last email I see was May 1st, and Stephanie responded to you. And it looks like you looked at the response to that at 2:01 p.m. Eastern on May 2nd. So she responded to you right away. You looked at it the next day. about 14 hours later. 28 hours later. There's no other email in there. All right, we'll go ahead and resend it again then, Terry. Nobody else seems to have an issue at the moment with emails coming through that I'm aware of. It's not there, Terry. There's nothing to find. Please send it again. Yeah, I'm not sure, Terry, if you can check your email provider. I just tested the system through our support email, and my test emails are coming through. I mean, hundreds of emails have come through on the day today. I don't see what you just put in there. You can try from a different provider, maybe. Again, tough to troubleshoot when, 1 out of 10,000 people has a problem. Didn't get it. I'm watching the email box right now. I mean, I can literally see emails coming in. Nothing from you, though. Emails from Israel, Iraq, Somalia, California, New York, Texas, Massachusetts, Slovakia, Germany. I just don't see anything specifically from you. Last one I said, like I said, was on May 1st. Stephanie answered you immediately, and I can see that you looked at it, the response 28 hours later, or 26 hours later. Terry, there's no reason to be rude. I'm not making excuses. You're more than welcome to come to the live support chat on the homepage as well. Dwayne, it's someone over in the YouTube channel. All right, Terry, I now have people from both rooms asking you to cut it out because you're being disruptive. All right, you're interrupting the rest of the flow of everybody else here. Just please come to our support chat. All right. There are literally hundreds of emails coming in at once. That's the last that I'll mention of that now. Thank you. Yeah, entry and exit signal, sure. It's going to come from Virtual Trading System Holly. Just give me a moment. I'll bring a window over here. So it's a grid view. Sorry, the window's giving me a little trouble dragging. There we go. So it's a grid view like this. There's a lot of different data points that could be brought in and out of this through the columns that are up here. Some of this you get better understanding through context of, going over some of the tutorial videos that we have in user's guide on Holly. But essentially entry price is an alert price because Holly's not in any portfolio live or otherwise. Then, last price here, we measure in mainly two different profit modes, conservative and moderate, which you could also think of as risk off for conservative, risk on for moderate. I beg people to ignore aggressive. It's trading without a stop, but that's gambling. Just, head to Vegas if that's what you're going to do, trade without a stop, light your money on fire out of the bank. It's much quicker that way. Exit prices that get listed are always going to be a conservative exit, as the moderate exit is either a time stop, is either, a hard stop for an exit or a hold till close exit, sell on close order, essentially. Those are the real basic ins and outs. There's always a stop that's put out with all the alerts, hard stop. Sometimes there's a target. Sometimes there is a time stop that's different from the sell on close order. There's also what we call profit save, which is similar to a trailing stop, doesn't work as well as a trailing stop does as a function. And also what we call a reduced risk. Those are all different conservative exits. Reduced risk is essentially a trade isn't working, and I'm going to exit before that trade happens, before that stop gets triggered. So those are some of the basic ins and outs as far as that goes. As I would say every time, and if Barry was here, he'd say the same thing. It's not a system that's meant to be blindly followed. If you're looking to blindly follow a system, this is not it. I don't personally think that there is one that exists. I often like to think of Holly more as a watch list. Several things you can implore for that being a watch list. Is she going mostly long, mostly short? Is it a mix? Are the long trades, is she staying in the long trades? Is she getting stopped out of them? The flip side of that, is she staying in the short trades? Is she getting stopped out of them? Things of that nature. There is no way to input anything into Holly. It's a black box. She has 60 some odd base strategies. Optimizes back tests those each night, and then comes to the day to deploy the ones that optimized and back tested the best, the quote unquote best for profit factor and win rates. If a stock meets those strategies, the stock will get alerted in real time. Again, that is your entry price that's there. And that is the short and skinny of how all that works. Here is a video on an overview of Holly that I'm going to share as soon as I can find the link. Bear with me a moment. Somewhere. There we go. It's a video that covers the basic ins and outs of Holly, about a 16-minute video, give or take. And then let me find you a link for the Holly guide. My pleasure, my pleasure. I always try to encourage users or potential users, and trade ideas is much more than just Holly. So, and again, Terry, as I mentioned before, if you go to our homepage, I'll even demonstrate this for you here to help you out there, Terry. I hate for you to be struggling there with that. So here on our homepage, Terry, we've got an orange questions and answers bubble. I've thoroughly tested the email side of things here. That is absolutely working, but you can always try the chat. This is a live chat. If you click that, you come in here, type your message, what your question is, ask for a valid email, put that email in, it will drop you in the support chat, and someone will be right along to assist you on your question. So hopefully that can help you there, Terry. Get rid rid of that Holly. And then, the last thing to show you on Holly here is on a right click, if we go to columns, columns are these data points at the top, essentially. And, there's a number of things that are in here to go over. Not everything is for everyone. Not everybody cares about what the change in the last 15 minutes is or 5 minutes is, some people don't care about an exit reason. I said, aggressive profit, something I encourage people to stay away from. No best video. With 500 different live data points, there's just an infinite amount of ways to use this set of scans or set of datas. What I think is the best isn't going to be what you think is the best. What isn't going to be what anybody else thinks is the best. I don't have a random name off the top of my head. What I would suggest is starting with our get going with our getting started videos. All right, just to get the basic functions of the software itself under your belt. Let me get you a getting started series link. So that's the getting started series right there. And then there's also our fully searchable user's guide. Now, the thing with the user's guide is context matters, obviously. So the more in depth you become with the software and what some of the capabilities are, the easier it begins to search for some of the things you're probably looking for. Like anything else, learning curve will be based on your knowledge of software in general and markets in general. If you're someone who just doesn't know anything about trading, like I was once upon a time, it's going to take you a little longer to get up to speed than someone that has some trading or some finance background. And again, the flip side of things, someone that has a decent handle on software, obviously going to have a little bit of a leg up on someone who isn't as familiar with software and things of that nature with tech. Sorry, just looking for the user's guide link. There we go. And there is that. The other thing I always encourage people to do is ask yourself questions, and then the answers to those questions will also help guide you. So, if you don't even know what kind of trader you are, that's the first thing you're going to have to figure out. Am I a long-term trader? Am I a short-term trader? And the reason why I say am and not what I want to be is what we want to be and what we are not always the same things. Someone who likes things that are slower paced, not jumping around as much, especially with price and charts. You might find yourself day trading, a lot of difficulties with day trading versus swing trading. You're someone who likes that really high-paced environment. Day trading might be more for you. And that's not to say it is necessarily for you. I think the success-fail rates on shorter and longer-term trading are pretty evident. The shorter term people trade, the higher the fail rate, generally speaking. And that's not to say it's a low fail rate at longer time frames, just not as high. Short opportunities, I don't scan for short opportunities. D888. No, don't hold anything long term. Sure, Terry, I'd be more than happy to post our homepage for you here. I'm not sure why we would switch on me from YouTube where I was asking and answering, but whatever works for you. There you are, homepage. Jump right in that support chat. I'm sure someone would be more than glad to take that and assist you. And Terry, there, I see an email has finally come into you. So I'm sure someone will get you an answer shortly. It has, and I believe Steve had responded. To elaborate on Steve's response, I see you switch back to YouTube on me again. So I was, went back over to the trading room to look for your response over there. The sound is passed through Microsoft. So you could look for, if there's a male voice option in Microsoft and Windows, you could use that. You could put that in as the sound instead, but you can't have it in the same you can't have it in the same alert window, meaning you can't have two different voices or two different sounds in the same alert window. You'd need separate alert windows. So if you had, one going up, it's going to be one sound, and one going down, it's going to be another sound. That's how that would work. You could put two alert windows in two alert windows into an M window. You could do that. All right, folks, preparing for a meeting. I will be on mute.
Hello. Testing one, two, three. Hello, everyone. This is the hour for the live support sesh, so I'll be taking over for Chris. My name is Jamie. Hello, everyone. Let me just make a few adjustments here. And hopefully everybody can see and hear me okay. Maybe someone could give me a shout out in the questions panel just to let me know everything is good. Otherwise, I'll just assume that it is. And Ralph, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I see your question regarding the races. So I'm assuming, hello, Tony. Thanks for the input. So Ralph, I'm assuming you have not had your question answered regarding the races. Be happy to go over that with you. Thanks, guys. Hello to everyone. Okay, welcome to my desktop here. So let's talk about the races. So hopefully, Ralph, if you're listening here, for example, these are two of my favorite races that have been running since the Open. And the races are all configured around where they're getting their data from a top list. So for example, if I right click here and I say open the top list, then we can see, notice the name here, Dawn of the Dead. This is the top list that this race is configured from. So when we look at this, this is Dawn of the Dead. This is looking for stocks that have been really beaten down over the long term that are starting to show some signs of life, you know, kind of like a zombie coming back from a long slumber. So if we were to, you know, compress this daily here, you could see, just pulled up EB at random. You can see it's been beaten down pretty good, trying to find some legs now. Now, as far as the way the race presents the information, we would right click and say show race setup. And then we can see the columns in the respective top list that we're keying off of. So we can see right here, whoops, where'd that go? This is looking at the change from the open. So as soon as the market opens, the stocks that are making the biggest runs in a 1 minute period are going to be displayed as the winners. And we're just sorting on the delta value. So for example, if I just show the top 10 here, these are the top 10 race winners for HCDI today. And, you know, not the prettiest chart here, not the most liquid, but still some good upside push. And you guys will have to bear with me. I'm running our new HTML charts, which are nice and snappy. But it seems when I try to drop a line here, I've discovered a little bug there. So I'll have to get with the devs on that. but some nice upward momentum to HCDI. And if we were to scan through the top 10 winners here, you're probably going to see some nice action. Look at that pre-market range break right there, kind of coinciding with that blue line, which is the 200 period moving average. So imagine looking at a 1-minute chart, and getting that race stock notified to you and had plenty of upside potential from that opening range break there from about $1.10 up to about $1.40. So a nice little 30-cent run in a low dollar stock. Upside. And of course, the market's helping a little bit today. MVST, not so much. Well, actually, I take that back. This is the opening candle here. So once they got traction above that opening range break there, nice little move for MVST. Upside in BHI, Valerix, Lipson, once again keying off that pre-market opening range. So it looks like, are we going to go 10 for 10? And Nerve. Nerve is the only one that threw a little bit of a fit, Nice top out at 849 and then rolled over. I think I remember hearing Chris mentioning Nerve earlier this morning. Oh, Rolf, you're back. Okay. So did you catch that, or did you need me to go over any of the race mechanics again? Just let me know. Whereas this is Dawn of the Dead, looking at the specific Dawn of the Dead top list. This one is a little more plain. So if I open the top list for this one, got a much more simple filter set. Looking for some high relative volume, average daily volume. But just like this other race, I like to watch 1-minute races. So we're just looking at the stocks that are making the biggest runs in a 1-minute period, once again, based on change from the open and sorting from the delta value. Oh, Brian, okay, so you said these are zombie stocks. Well, I was referring to this race over here, which is being powered by this top list. Notice the name Dawn of the Dead. So if we look at these stocks on the longer term, if I were to expand my daily out here and just kind of do some compression, the Dawn of the Dead top list is it's a window that Andy Lindelof wrote, man, probably about 3 years ago, maybe even longer. But it's looking for stocks that have been really beaten down over time. So you can see MVST, back here in 2021, around August, it was residing up at the $15 level. Now it's at 2, so it's been beaten down severely. And if we were just to kind of peruse this list, you're going to see pretty much the same pattern. So these stocks will go down here, they'll kind of baseline around, swirling the drain, and then all of a sudden they'll come back to life. Thus the name Dawn of the Dead. Sure, let me get the let me spawn a new channel bar. Now, are you talking about the strength plays, the ones that are delivered every Monday, Deb? Let's see, where's my strength? Give me 1 second here. Bear with me 1 second, guys. Okay, just had to silence some stuff there real quick. Okay. All right, Deb, any particular one that you were thinking about, or would you just like me to kind of go over, the basics here, or take a look at some of the charts? Okay. So once again, these come out on Monday. So 2 days ago would have been the 8th. Right here. Okay. This would have been the candle, the Monday candle. Nice little up move in SGML. Not lighting the world on fire, but moving in the right direction. Getting a little upside push out of GLBE as well. Once again, this being the 8th here. RCM. Kind of looking about the same. This being the Monday right here. A little down push yesterday and kind of reclaiming that area today. And PTC. And lastly, we have Aqua. So it looks like the only one that's a little weak from Monday's delivery is Aqua. Well, Deb, these stocks are all going to be relatively strong, okay, and have strong chart patterns, right? So if the alert comes out on, if you get these delivered every Monday, then we're looking, at the day of delivery. So for example, Aqua, you know, um, notice, and of course, I don't know if I'm going to be able to drop a line here. There we go. Okay. Um, if this is the day that the play comes out right here, and in the email that gets delivered, it gives you the stops and what to expect. We're basically a level that you can put your stop loss in if the trade doesn't work. Now, since I'm just uh, a hack technical analyst at the best, I'm no Michael Noss, no CMT, no Chris Varley. But let's say this was the day of the delivery, right? This big red candle right here. Notice where I dropped my line. Okay. Didn't have to run any calculations, just kind of went to this level, these levels right here that could potentially act as support. And notice for a trade that's moving against you, let's say we took it on the 8th somewhere in this candle here, could have easily marked off these levels here and go, okay, if it closes below here, then I'm out. And it's cycling down, and it looks like, we visited the low of 50.14 today. But if I marked off this level as my, risk factor, I'm still in the trade. Underwater a little bit, but still in the trade. PTC. Pretty much, the same song and dance. This was the delivery date right here. It's holding its own. It's trying to grind up. But notice just marking up these lines here that could act as support. If I squish it down a little bit, if I made an entry on the day of delivery, the 8th, and I use this level as my stop, It kind of tickled that level, but didn't quite get it. And now we're still holding up strong. Once again, marking off some, apparent levels here. Delivery date right here and trying to do its thing. But this, for me, this would be my exit if I'm wrong. Beaten stocks have huge overhead resistance. Can you just screen for price movement on high volume right at the open? And can you change the time duration from 1 minute to say 5 minutes? Oh, referring to the races there? Sure. And, to that point, let's go to the race setup again. Or I tell you what, let me do this. Let me just duplicate this thing. We could easily change those settings, just going to show race setup and then changing the value here. Okay, it's because we're racing right now. You can easily change your minutes to race just by adjusting this little ticker here, little tick buttons here. And, to the point of high volume, if these stocks are moving rapidly off the open, whether it be the first 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute periods, most of the time you're going to have accompanying volume with those stocks. It just seems to be the nature of the beast. So, for example, on this race here, which is just looking at that 1 minute change off the open, um, notice I just clicked on open at random. Notice what the relative volume is over here. And where did I thought I opened my pen here. There it is. It's hiding from me. Notice the relative volume over here in open, 3.44, right? Right here, 3.44. So definitely doing some volume. Also, take note of the 5 minute level here. 100 is normal since it's a percentage value filter. So it's currently still doing 87% above normal volume on the 5 minute level with a nice relative volume as well. Check some other ones. Okay, Lipson, nice upward momentum today. Relative volume of 4.25, still doing above average on the 5 minute. MTTR, nice relative volume, kind of getting sleepy. So most of the times you're going to have decent volume accompanying these plays as well. Now, having said that, you could install additional volume filters, but from my experience dealing with the races, less is better on the filter set because in all actuality, what are the races doing? They're showing us the same data that we would have in a top list, but it's in a better visual format. Now, what do I mean by that? So, get the top list again. So, just to refresh your memory here, if I show the race setup, we're only looking at the change from open filter as the race mechanism, right? So, oops, small thumbs today. Notice that that is a column, right? So let's pretend the market opened and I'm just trying to watch for this value, right? Things would be moving all over the place. The data would be there, but it would be really difficult to keep track of just trying to watch this column for numerical values. So instead of doing that, we're creating a race, right? Showing us in this format which stocks are moving the most in that 1 minute period. And a lot of the times, those can be some of the bigger winners or bigger movers, I should say. Whether it's a winner or not depends on when you traded it, obviously. Um, but the races can always show you some nice candidates to the upside and the downside. Now, when you enter them, of course, is going to be kind of predicated on the chart patterns that you like to play. All right, Thomas, just reading your question here. A list of alerts for equities that are crossing above the VWAP. Yes, Thomas, we have, you can install VWAP on charts. And we also, let me just duplicate this alert window. And if you go into configure, if I come up here to search, type in VWAP, crossed above VWAP, crossed below VWAP. Also, I like these a lot too, positive and negative VWAP divergence. But yes, crossed above VWAP, crossed below VWAP. So let me know if that answers your question, Thomas, or do I need to go into more detail? And of course, we also have some filters for VWAP. And back to your comment there, Raf. Sure, beaten down stocks do have apparent levels of resistance, but that's what makes the Dawn of the Dead race interesting. Is it's showing us the ones that are attempting to, go test that resistance, and sometimes they break through it and keep going, make for some nice runs. Oh, we've got a bunch of stuff for that, Raf. Kind of really depends on your definition of momentum, right? Everybody's a little bit different. Some people might think that, or might prefer uh, high relative volume. Some people might be focusing more on, you know, the volume in the 5 minute period, the 10 minute period, the 15 minute period. But having said that, let me just pull something out of my cloud that I got to admit I've kind of fallen off the wagon with this one, but I need to start paying attention to it again. At the top list, they call volume radar. An oldie but a goodie. But I don't think that's the original version here. All right, let's try this one. Okay, looks familiar. All right, so this is just the top list. If I go into configure, you're going to see it's got really basic filtering, just some minimum maximum prices here. I tell you what, let's just shrink this down and I've just got some generic volume criteria in there. Okay, and then you can notice here, I've got relative volume, right? So HCDI doing some crazy relative volume today, 402. Now, why is it so crazy? Because it's traded 10 million shares today and the float is under 600K, right? So that's why this one is showing such a crazy relative volume. And look down here at the 5 minute level. All right, divide by 100. So it's doing 16 times normal 5 minute volume even now, right? So I've got this list sorted by the highest relative volume. So it can definitely show you some interesting things. And I've also got volume in the 10 minute and the 5 minute period and the 1 minute period here. So at quick glance, not only can I see high relative volume, but high relative volumes, or excuse me, high volume levels on the smaller time frames. So just keep in mind, 100 is normal volume for 1, 5, and 10-minute periods. Let's say I wanted to resort the list and just show me the things that are kicking the highest 5-minute volume. Well, then there we have this list now sorted by highest 5-minute volume. Of course, the color goes all wonky because I've got it color coded by relative volume there. So Rob, you tell me, does this look appealing to you? If you like it, I can drop it in. I can drop the cloud link into the chat panel there. Does the list show up for? Are you talking about anchored VWAP, Thomas? It says AWAP. Does that mean anchored VWAP? Give me 1 second here. Okay, anchored VWAP. That's what I thought. Okay. Okay, so you're talking about the anchored VWAP. I got you. Okay. Yeah, a little bit different. Brian Shannon, Alpha Trends, good friend of the firm. And now we have the anchored VWAP. So this is going to be part of the Market Explorer. So if we go to New under the TI toolbar, you're just going to click on Market Explorer. And once this little window comes up here, we right click and we go to Select Strategies. So notice anchored VWAP is down here at the bottom. And then we have anchored VWAP pinch for the daily, pullback for the daily, anchored from a large gap, IPO, a pinch on the weekly, a pinch, a pullback on the weekly, and then the year to date. So any particular one of these that you'd like to go over first, Thomas? Just let me know which one. Well, while you're picking it out, so let's say, okay, I want to see anchored VWAP from the IPO price, right? Then we have this window, but you're not just relegated to one. If you want multiple ones up, you just right click. We're going to duplicate the window, and then you can select a different one. So we have pull back to the IPO on the anchored VWAP for that one, and then we can just pick a different one here. So maybe we try out year to date. Okay, well, let me show you here. Okay, so it's all about where you anchor to, right? So first and foremost, the real value here is it's already been anchored for you. And what do I mean by that? Well, let's say, let me just pull up something at random here. Oh, don't know why it's doing that. PLBY. There we go. Okay, so I pulled this one up because, well, it's been beaten down pretty good. It probably might not be the best example. I'll tell you what, let's go to the IPOs. And we're going to be looking at the daily here. Okay, so I'm compressing my chart. So YGF is a recent IPO. Notice the purple line here, okay? That is the anchored VWAP anchored to the first day of trading that you see over here. So lots of different ways we can apply the anchored VWAP. When we're looking at the IPOs, it's always going to anchor it to the first day of trading. And look, just like magic, got up to this anchored VWAP, got through it, and now is pulling back right to it. So clearly a level of resistance here. Now, if I was thinking about putting a trade on YGF, well, you can do it when it starts testing, but a lot of people like to see a close, right? To feel good about buying this stock based on the anchored VWAP from the IPO, I'd like to see a close above that purple line. Almost, who knows? The day is not up, might do it before the day is out. Yeah, I'll swing back around to the volume radar there, Ralph, when we're done with the anchored. Okay, so let's take a look at some more of these. All right, IE, and the purple line is the anchored VWAP. Notice how it's acting, and you've got, this thing is moving average sandwich deluxe. So we've got all the major moving averages, the 10, the 20, the 50, the 200, and then we've got the VWAP kind of splitting the difference there. So, looks like we might get a close above that VWAP. It can pivot. Sometimes it becomes resistance, sometimes it becomes support. It looks like it's trying to become support at present. All right, OABI anchored way back here, and notice support, support, support. Will it continue to act as support? So, you know, you don't have to be a technical genius here to go, okay, if I were to take a trade in this and go long, then, if I were to draw a line from back here, which I don't know why my lines aren't working. Back to the old school here for a minute. Okay. Just from eyeballing it perspective, it bounced here, so I'll just mark up those as potential levels of support. And we got the anchor VWAP coalescing with that. So if I were to take a trade here, let's say 337, my clear out, if I was wrong, would probably be somewhere around 309 or so. So that's what the anchored VWAP does. It lets us know, is it acting as support or potential resistance, and then helping us identify easy levels for risk management. STR, currently VWAP is acting as supply up here. Kind of a crazy wick today on that guy, as we can see here from the swoosh down. Okay, let's look at a different one. Let's look at year to date high. So instead of, the IPO being the anchored VWAP, this is going to be anchoring from 52-week highs. And once again, it's always going to be the purple line. Nike coming right down to that level today. Now notice what it's done, what it did back on the 4th. Notice here, test, 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 test. So far, the anchored VWAP on year-to-date anchor for Nike appears to be holding up. Coinciding also with this, level back here. And we got the 50 under there as well. Well, Thomas, I don't specifically have a list, right? But that's what these lists right here are for, is to give you a list to look at for stocks that are closing above that anchored VWAP. Like, so for example, SMFG looks like the VWAP is trying to take control here. And as long as we close right on that line here, then that would probably be a stock of interest to you. So that is what the, the anchored VWAP section of the Market Explorer is for, to provide you the list so that you can scan through them and pick out your candidates, right? Now PFGC here, notice what's happening. We may close above the VWAP today. It might break down and close below it. But as far as finding the ones that are above, PCAR seems to be holding up pretty good here. Test, one more test. But what you're describing there would be part of my uh, routine to prepare for the following trading day. Because you can do this when the market is closed. Scan through all your favorite VWAP scans, your anchored VWAP scans, whether it be IPO, anchored to the IPO, year to date, VWAP pinch. Tell you what, let's pull up the VWAP pinch too. So pinch on the daily. It's going to draw two lines, right? So notice you have the top anchored VWAP and the bottom. So notice how we're getting pinched here from the top VWAP and the bottom VWAP. Was going to create like a little range there. Once again, making for easy identification of risk levels, right? And I wish I could just produce a list for you, Thomas. But I'd have to go through this process that I'm showing you right now. Let's check some more of these IPOs and just see if any of them are above. Okay. Any SRW. Notice below anchored VWAP for a good period of time. And over the past 1, 2, 3 days, after we had this doji close here, got to close above, and now we are above anchored VWAP. So on any SRW, of course, I just noticed the price, 28-cent stock, but it has reclaimed the VWAP level. ARBB, if it closes today, it will be above the VWAP level there. RUM's got a ways to go, so not above, below, above, okay. NAAS, currently above anchored VWAP from its IPO price. Yeah, I'd be interested to see that link, Thomas. I don't think you can drop links in here. I'm just asking Steve about that, Thomas. Okay, let's see if this is the one you might be talking about. Or give you something like this. Okay, pull back to the anchored VWAP, which means it was above, but it's pulling back to it, but it should still be above it, Thomas. So let's take a peek here. So I think you're going to be interested in the pullbacks. So look at SYK here. It's just the way that was worded kind of confused me there. So above VWAP and pulling back right to it, but still above. Intel above VWAP, pulling back to it. Yeah, so I think this is the one you're going to be interested in, and there's another one as well for the weekly. So these are all stocks where they were above the VWAP, as you can see here on VMW, and they're pulling back to it, right? Got a little bleedy yesterday. Let's see where we closed. 121.82. So yeah, I got a little bit bleedy yesterday, but then reclaimed it today. So it's going to show you stocks that are either right on the anchored VWAP or slightly above it. Okay, I hear you. I'm just curious as to the window that you were referencing, because when it comes to anchored VWAP, other than the ability to put it on our charts manually, um, these are the anchored VWAP windows from Brian. So you mean you dropped the link in this chat panel, Thomas? Because I don't see it, because you guys can't drop links in here. Only I can. All right, let me give me 1 second here. So Thomas, how about you do me a favor? Can you pop that link over to info@trade-ideas.com? Because when you say a stock has to have a score of 70 or better, that kind of reminds me of the score filter. So yeah, Thomas, can you send the link to info@trade-ideas.com, and that way I can get it over here and load it up, just have eyes on exactly what it is that you're seeing, assuming that's a Trade Ideas window. Yes, just like what you're going to see in the chat panel here, info@trade-ideas.com. Yeah, just pop that over and I can retrieve it. Okay, well, I'm waiting for that to come over. Okay, there we go. I see the link. Let me grab it here. Is that old school collaborate? Let's see here. Hmm. Well, I can see it in the web browser. Are you watching this through a browser, Thomas? Yeah. When I try to collaborate it into a window, though, you know, it's Okay. Nope, from that link, the only thing I'm able to generate is the web browser version. Okay, so this is the window that you're watching, yeah? You're just refreshing it. So, that's a recent tick because it's 11:49 my time, 12:49 um, Eastern. But notice if I crossed above VWAP, keep in mind this is different. This is not anchor VWAP. This is just crossed above VWAP. Okay, let's compare. So you get a lot of stocks coming through here because there's no filtering. So if we watch the same thing, whoops, price description, okay. With no filtering, there's any old stock that comes across that's crossing above regular VWAP is going to come through here. See CNM right here, CNM right here, core, core. So to mimic this window here, all you got to do is create an alert window, and all you do is attach the crossed above VWAP there. Now, I don't know if you just want to run it wide open like that because you're going to get a lot of thinly traded things come through, but you can always apply some filtering, if you have some preferences as to volume requirements, minimum, maximum price, so forth and so on. So Thomas, is this resonating? Okay. This window here, you can easily duplicate into one of our alert windows within the product. See SMCI, SMCI, CYH, CYH. But this way, it's just going to spit them out for you. You don't have to sit there and constantly refresh. Right, and this is gonna be in real time, it's not gonna be delayed, okay? And actually, this little window really isn't delayed, it just doesn't refresh, right? Because when I, you know, refresh it, you see the exact same ones. Yeah, yeah, so, I mean, easy as pie right here. I mean, this is the window that you would create, it's very easy. It's gonna take the place of this one, it's just gonna scroll through in real time, you're not gonna have to refresh. Okay, so I get it now. You're not a subscriber, um, but yeah, you can easily access the anchored VWAP from Brian Shannon, and then the regular VWAP that you've been watching through this window, you can now have in real time. Well, Thomas, if you sign up, you know we do have this session every day, every weekday, from 11 to 12 Central, 12 to 1 Eastern. So anytime you need help, you can just come right in here once you get set up with a subscription, and you can get help with configuring uh, this exact window, which is very easy. And once we get things configured for you, we can just drop the cloud links into the chat. You can grab the cloud links, load them up, and you'll be good to go. Sure. I'm gonna walk you through that right now. Okay. So for the regular VWAP that we've set up for you here, I can I can drop this link into the chat panel for you, and then you can just load the cloud link up for this little guy right here. Now for the anchored VWAP, remember we're going to go to new. You're going to pull up a Market Explorer window just by hitting that selection. And then you right click and you can select all the strategies, right? So we've got a bunch of strategies in Market Explorer, but the anchor VWAPs are down here at the bottom. Okay. Now, I know we're going to be butting up against the top of the hour here soon. So Chris is going to be coming back. But on this window here where you want to see, the stocks crossing VWAP, did you want to apply any filters like minimum maximum price, any volume requirements or things of that nature? Because I can go ahead and configure this one for you and drop it in the chat panel. Any filter requirements there, Thomas? If you let me know, like say minimum maximum price or any volume requirements that you might have, I can insert them for you here. And I think you said something about a minimum score. You wanted 70, right? Okay, maximum price of 100. And then a minimum score of 70. And we'll call it crossed above VWAP. Whereas Brian would say VWAP. Positive earnings momentum. Okay. I guess that depends on how you define positive earnings momentum. Okay. Does that mean, you know, an increasing price to earnings ratio or a certain earnings per share? How would you articulate that? Annual growth? Quarterly growth? Or maybe quarterly earnings growth in a percentage? So you would say up 10% from last year, 1%. Any preference there? Okay, so this kind of makes the most sense to me if you're looking for earnings momentum, right? And you're still going to have, if we take a look at the, say, list for today, you're going to have plenty of stocks coming through there. Which yellow box, Thomas?
Can you hear me, Jamie?
Hey, Chris. Yes, I can.
No, okay. Sorry, caught in some chats and
Oh,
meetings and nonstop around here. So let me know when I know you're in the middle of something. As soon as you're ready, let me know when you're wrapped up, and I'll steal
yeah.
it
I'm
back
just
from
kind
you.
of trying to get Thomas squared away here.
Gotcha.
Oh, are you talking about your original link, Thomas? You talking about this window again? So I'm a little confused. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out what you're referring to because when I refresh here, I'm not seeing a yellow box. Chris, do you see a yellow box?
No. This is the link that's in the email. Yes.
I see what you're talking about here. Earnings momentum. Yes. Do you know where we're deriving that, Chris? If you can see my screen,
Yeah.
just on the
I don't.
Tikkie.
I've never used any of those web page things.
Yeah. So I don't know. I see what you're talking about, Thomas. I just don't know how we're deriving this data. I'll have to make an inquiry on that. But I'm assuming it's got to be one of the earnings filters that we have. And this one kind of makes the most sense to me because if there's earnings momentum, then that means there's positive quarterly earnings growth. So I'm kind of guessing that it's this one, but I'll have to verify for sure. I know it's probably one of these filters. That's the only way that we could identify something like that. So I'm going to have to make an inquiry as I don't know how we're deriving this metric here. And I'll have to reach out to Brad, Chris,
Yeah,
and if I get a response from him, I'll let you know, and that way you can let Thomas know if that's cool with you.
that will work for me.
All right, friend, you ready to
And,
take the helm?
Yeah, let me make sure. Yep, eyes are back on my screen.
All right,
You
I
are
see
off and
you.
running, good sir.
You're good to go. I'll
Right.
I'll go try to find that out for Thomas.
Sounds good.
Okay,
Thank
bye-bye.
you again, Jamie.
You're welcome.
All right, everybody. So back. Let me put myself on in the main room. Everybody, all right? I am back here for the main room and the YouTube side of things. I've completely lost touch with anything going on in the market anywhere. Just watching Nerve creep back up again. Oh, there's any volume or momentum in there. I am working on a few projects around here, so not really actively scanning anything right now. Probably scroll around some tickers, but if anybody has questions, just go ahead and lob those in for me. I know there was a back and forth with Terry earlier. If you are still around, Terry, I was able to finally get a free moment from these meetings my supervisor was making me take. I'd slightly misunderstood what you were looking for. I think you were looking for multiple text to speeches to be able to run at the same time. That can't be done. You could run, you could have like a male voice say down or something like that on stocks moving down, but not call out the tickers while you had a different voice. I guess we'd call a female voice calling out tickers that were moving up on that text to speech. So sent that off into you as an email as well to clarify that. Hopefully that all made sense. And all right, outside of that, market has been fading. So gap up, gave it up, moved down, moved up, fading. Whole lot of nothing burger sitting right at that 410 level on the SPY. Something I would like to note is that in this race here, I mean, look at all these inverse ETFs coming through right now. So a lot of momentum to the downside. There's blue. We talked about that yesterday. It's hanging in there pretty well. Gap down. Actually did the reverse of the market. Gap down, moved up, moved down, grinding up now. Still a fair amount of position lifetime range tickers here. A lot of repeat offenders from the last week or so. And not too bad on the evening scan, considering still early in the day here. Or earlier than I would normally run it. I shouldn't say it's early in the day. If there's anything I missed along the way over the last, really it's been 2 hours. Let me know. How do you use the racing window concept for swing trading? By swing trading, I mean trades that last a few days. I don't personally have a way that I use it for swing trading at this time, to be honest. If I was going to use it, I suppose it would be, or the way that I've thought about using it, I should say, is because I don't use it because I have ways that I look for my swing trades that I'm very happy with as it is. But if I was going to use it, it would be something to do with, breaking out of a longer term position and range. So like if I did something with my evening scan and created a race out of it, and then maybe I'd look at the top 10 winners and see what were the leaders on my top 10 winners, and then how I feel about those charts, and, assess the risk levels between entry, target, and stop in that regard. I'd also maybe do a race for, starting at maybe on the last hour and a half of the day, and looking at stocks that are trying to close strong that I want to maybe buy on the close or in and around and near the close, and ride those into the next day. So those would be the kind of things that I would be looking at if I was going to use the races for my swing trading. I just happen to prefer the top list because I like to go through charts anyways. Top lists like my evening scan position and lifetime range scan. I'm not really using the option scan that I used to use very much, but I like to go through a lot of charts, and the race is only going to give me 10 to 20 charts, maybe something like that. If that, when I'm going through charts for looking at swing trading, I'm going through, I don't know, 75, 100, 150 charts, between market close and market open the next day. But those would be the things that I would point you to if I was going to use, or those are examples of how I would try to use the races for swing trading. It's just that what the races did for me was gave me a better visualization for day trading and live data. For whatever reason, with alert windows, which they're great, obviously, time-stamped alert, bang, this stock did what you asked me to look for at this time. But for some reason, I just always struggled with alert windows. It just seemed like I was always buying the top with alert windows, where races, I think, allowed me to set price alerts and kind of be more patient and let the setup come to me, or let the setup form on the day trading side of things. And that's, where I kind of found my comfort zone with the races, and actually finally had some success with day trading. Because in full confession, honestly, and anybody that's been in here long enough knows, I was not a good day trader, really, right up until the races came. And then I thought it was kind of a fluke that, I was having some success with the races. At first, I was doing a little simulated day trading with it, and then, moved over to live trading. And again, it's not that I'm having like, oh my God, I'm such a great day trader or anything like that. It's just that now, I've had more success over the last year and a half, or whatever it is. I guess it's a year and a half. I guess I started using it last February or something like that by the time I went live. So yeah, about a year and a half, give or take. I've had, more success than failure. Will that continue? I don't know. I don't see why it shouldn't, but anything's possible. Do you use this platform to go through charts, as you mentioned? Can you show the mechanisms of what you do? Yeah, I just, so something like my evening scan, in the evening, I go through it and I start just ripping through these charts. I'll look at daily and weekly charts. I mark things up and down on the charts, what I like, post a bunch of charts on Twitter usually. I put them on my liked list or other various lists if there's anything there that I really like about any of the charts, and start to define to myself what would be some conditions for entries and exits, both to the up and down sides, and make my trades accordingly from there. So, this is one scan I use. This is another scan that I use. These are probably the two main ones that I'm using right now for anything to do with swing trading. Just rejoin. What is races to which you refer? So if you look up here in my top right, these are what we refer to as a race. So essentially behind it is a top list with some filters. And then it takes it a step further and it quote unquote races the stocks based on those filters. So, I'm doing a change from open accumulative. So let's, break it down all the way to its core. So if I come into the configure of this, then it's going to be the advanced configure. This is the top list. Or you can just not do anything and freeze. That's always fine too. Oh, come on. Okay, I don't know why it just wouldn't come up to the top. It didn't freeze. Sorry. Anyways, so this particular race is looking at stocks between $2 and $30. I'm using a Bollinger Band filter, so I want to see it's near the top band. A lot of people use Bollinger Bands as a revision to the mean. I use them as a way to determine momentum. As John Bollinger had attended them, break of the top band is a momentum signal to the upside. Break of the lower band is momentum signal to the downside. That's the most simplified version of what John had intended bands to be. There's obviously more to it than that. The idea was trying to capture some momentum. Stocks got to trade 400,000 shares on a day at least to make it. And then I just have this volume filter in here so that, stocks that trade a 15,000 share block and then 20 minutes later trade another 5,000 share block. And then in 45 minutes trade another 20,000 share block. Those aren't showing up. I want to see stocks that are, actively moving on this. Once the top list has found those stocks, they are then ordered from the strongest from the open at the top in a descending order. Once that is done, those stocks then populate onto this here in the race setup because I have it set up in descending order. So from top to bottom, descending is where they go. And that's the sort on. And then the based on, I'm racing it on change from the open percent as a total accumulation, essentially. So it's essentially showing how these stocks are moving right now relative to each other from the open. And for whatever reason, this just seems to click better in my brain for my day trading. Again, am I going to be running out and taking Uber helicopters to the Hamptons because I'm making so much money? No, not unless I hit the Mega Millions. But I've had my first quote unquote streak of successful day trades over the last, I don't know, whatever it's 14 months, let's say, ever in all my years of trading. Really all my success was really in swing trading. Last year in February, swing trading started to become a lot tougher. The market started to deteriorate underneath before the major averages fell. I was already finding it difficult in swing trading as compared to what it had been the prior years. Bull market makes us all look like geniuses. I'm no exception to that. We'd had this new race technology that we'd come out with. Nobody here was really using it, to be honest. I decided that first off, I should really understand how it works if it's something that we've got and we're going to promote to users. So I started digging into it a little bit. And, at first I was like, it's just got to be a fluke beginner's luck. And, I made several different races over the last year plus. Some seem to have worked better than others. I had a few that seemed to work really well for a couple of months and they just kind of stopped producing good ideas. I don't know, I don't really have a reason or rhyme to why. This one that I've got here, this particular one, the only thing I changed on it in the last several months was I went from 15-minute Bollinger Bands to 5-minute Bollinger Bands. I guess maybe, I guess just because coming across so many reversals on things that I enter, I want a shorter time frame for the Bollinger Band. That's why I did that. So hopefully that all makes sense. And And if I have left anybody's questions unanswered, please let me know. Oh, and Thomas, Jamie just messaged me. He said the earnings growth filter. I only kind of heard part of what you guys were going over, if I'm being honest. I was in other meetings and I was trying to wrap them up. So I didn't, catch everything that was going on between you, but he said that on that page and something to do with the earnings scan, that was the earnings growth filter is what was being used there. So, and Tony, hopefully, Tony, what I went over, that helped you as far as what I'm doing on the mechanics of my charting, essentially. If nothing else, everybody's got their hobbies. For whatever reason, I love charting. I love drawing support and resistance lines on charts. If I go through, let's say I go through, 700 charts in a week. I mean, I'm taking 1 to 2 trades in that week. Maybe, sometimes I'm not taking anything, but chance favors the prepared. And so that's why I'm always going over that, trying to stay fresh and look at charts and look at data and look at price and look at volume. Those are my really big items, my big ticket items for me and what I'm doing on trading on all time frames, really. Gotcha, Tony. I mean, we can draw anchored VWAP. I can put in an anchored VWAP on a chart, from where I want to help me in any of that analysis. Obviously, this is what we feature for indicators currently. Let me bring over something else, though. This is coming. I'm not going to say when it's coming, because anytime they tell us something and they're like, yeah, it's going to be that for sure, it never ends up being that. This is coming. Is it coming in a week or is it coming in 3 months? I don't know. I could ever get this chart to. Here we go. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted at all. Duplicate into free floating window. There we go. Sorry, I was selecting the wrong thing. I just want to show you some of the stuff that's being worked on right now. So this, I think, is just unbelievable right here. This chart in chart. So you really get a really long-term view. I could switch to daily, weekly, monthly here. Really long-term view of anything that I'm looking at to start with, right? Symbol link this to all. All right, so there's that to start with, which I think is just unbelievable. Then, we've got these different drawing tools that are going to come out here. All right, and we're going to have some, different Fibonacci tools. All right. So we'll have all this kind of stuff it's on the way. It's all in works. I mean, you can see obviously it's here, so it's being actively worked on. I mean, there's tools in here. I don't even know what they've got yet exactly. Different measurements of distances, price, average. Vertical line counters. Obviously, we put text in. If you want to draw, if you're like me, you like to look for rounded bottoms or rounded tops, curve with curved lines, and you'll be able to change all this stuff in here. So all this is, part of what's coming here. I know there'll be more stuff done as far as there's more work being done on the anchored VWAP side of things. I don't know exactly what's happening there yet. Yeah. So there'll be some different tools like that are all on the way for you folks. Now, can it replace everything you're doing with the other ones? I don't really know. I haven't used those platforms. So I'm not going to tell you to run right out and replace those, obviously. But, there's a lot of work being done here. No, I think that's absolutely the best approach too, Tony. I did something very similar. I had discovered trade ideas in very early 2017. And I just, attended the traders room and some webinars and things like that. And was, taking notes and all that, because I didn't even know anything about trading whatsoever. And then I took the test drive that July, actually, and didn't sign up till then. So I had months of really stalking and trying to understand not just the platform, but trading itself, of course. I was barely had scratched the surface on trading overall at that point. But anyways, here we are. This pullback. Look at my evening scan list. Look at what that pullback did to this. It wiped out half that list now, because things have to be 75% above the low of the day, let alone the low of the 20 days. And we could see we're had some acceleration of the sell off here. We're flirting with 409 on the SPY. So here's something really huge. This was at 70% earlier in the day, 30-day market breadth. Around 11 o'clock this morning, so that like 67%, 67% green to red. And look at it's gone completely the other way now and continues to. And look at the big divergence in it. big divergence on that. And the same thing for these were biased to the buy side. They're now becoming biased, even if ever so slightly, to the sell side of things. So, well, we'll see what it all shapes up to be here. OMH. I feel like I saw this the other day, right? Yeah. Some more bonkers the other day. Obviously, some things are giving up more than others. LPSN just couldn't get through that 6 level there. What I never did today was look at any of the sectors. Software services is kind of a few bright spots, pot stocks, but anybody that knows me knows how I feel about pot stocks. I have nothing against weed, just the stocks don't make any sense to me. Smoke it up if you got it, right? Why not? Biotech, not a whole lot going on there. But, junior silver miners are getting shellacked right now. All right, not that bad, but still, 3.5%, just over 3.5%. Natural gas, which had like kind of a couple of days up. I mean, you can't even see it here on this daily chart. That's getting taken back out today, 3.25% down. The jets are getting smacked around. Energy right back down again. Doesn't look like energy's ready to break out yet. Let me go back on a weekly chart real quick. XLE here on a weekly chart. I don't know, man. I just don't know about that breaking out. Metals and mining. The XME here. Whole lot of time with nothing. I think for a lot of people, this is the big concern right here, the XLF. The people that I know that are the most bullish, this is their concern, that if this should start to really fail, ain't going to be good for the market. You know, as the saying goes, we shall see. It's for me, in my personal opinion, which doesn't pay anything. I just think we see a lot more chopping around outside of, you know, a catastrophic failure of some kind. I'm not talking about, you know, these small banks that are getting beat up. You know, I'm talking about something really major. Again, you know, my thing is these banks are worth $1 billion, $2-3 billion. Not saying that's not a lot of money, but Apple's worth $2 trillion. Microsoft is worth $2 trillion. The market cares about those things. I care about these small banks. Not enough anyways. Anywho, talking out loud, thinking out loud. But beauty of this with trade ideas and some solid risk management is we have things like our alert windows and topless and races to find ourselves some alpha on these terrible, terrible chop days. There's this OMH. Said I went pretty nuts the other day. Looking to get a little crazy right now. Like to see a few more shares traded than that. A little spready, to say the least. Just watching the spread on this thing. I mean, I think it was like a 50-cent spread a second ago, and that's 25 cents. So, when you got a stock that's moving this kind of price range, but it's only traded this amount of shares, you can generally expect to see a sizable spread. So Carvana, after the nice earlier moves, pull back and another move up past high day. It's slowly bleeding out at this point. Let's zoom in on that daily chart. There we go. There we go. There we go. Let's see. Yeah. KIND was on earlier in the day. It's on actually right now. Right there. There's KIND. It was on a few times today. I don't know that it made has it made the top 10? No, it hasn't won. I don't know how many races it's won. It's moving sideways a long time today. But look, I mean, rest of the market. Now, of course, here comes the. I mean, you just got to love this stuff. Look at this fade, right? And now we're just going to run the market right back up to really annoy everybody as much as possible. With that fade, and gap up, down, up, down, up, down, up. It just ran straight sideways after going up. So obviously, it's 230 and change, 240 level is a big deal in this KIND. So yeah, it's been there today. Excuse my yawning. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's been there. In fact, I have a price alert on. I just didn't even notice that at first. You are very welcome. Go. This is one that's always got potential to go crazy. Please forgive me for that terrible pun. Really nothing to do here. 400,000 shares traded on the day. Not much to comment there. RMBL, what are you? Rumble on. Same thing, 400,000 shares traded. Not really much interest in that. Also very spready for a $9 stock. 12 cents right now. Had earnings this morning, I guess. Right? Today's the 10th? Yeah, today's the 10th. So not much added. A couple 100,000 shares added on OMH since we start discussing that again a little bit here. Still 25 cents spread on that. Nothing great. IMPP. See that coming through here. That was active last couple days. Not too shabby. Up 52 cents, 17. That's good for 17.4%. Grinding along here, really counter to the market overall. Decent liquidity, decent volume, and 2.68 on that relative volume, shy of 1.8 million shares traded. NIO, we were talking about NIO the other day, right? Yep. Not the other day, it was yesterday, as a matter of fact. A gap and go. So not really, just nothing going on from my end of things. Obviously, the SPY is bouncing again. You know, I'm just gonna kind of sit around and not a whole lot. You know, the things that are jumping out on my scanners just don't interest me. Risk reward right now. You got things. This has got a 40-cent spread on it right now. OMH, NOTE. Spread is fine on it, but I'm just not going to go running after this right now like that. This is a price alert. Let's see if we can get a consolidation, maybe an end of day run here on it. Let's see what happens. RMBL, it's had a big spread before. It's fairly good size spread again. So there's RDFN. Pretty great day today. I don't know how I didn't come across this earlier in the day. I'm not sure how that doesn't show here. I guess maybe it just didn't win a race. I don't know. Maybe because the Bollinger Bands. Well, looks like Carvana is participating in this bounce in the market. Pretty hefty. Come all the way down here. 1230, back up to 13, just rejected off 13 again. So, a lot of very market dependent stocks going on. That NOTE that made a slight move for a moment there. It's come back down. Not quite the volume that it had prior. This LZ, maybe trying to make a break for it. This didn't really come undone like the rest or like a number of other stocks did. So maybe this is setting up for a late day run here. I'm going to keep my eye on that one. So just a reminder, everybody, I will be shutting the room down at 3 o'clock Eastern today. Finding it fun watching this evening scan here with the decent population, market sell off, lose that decent population, and now it's getting pretty populated again. So schizo market continues. You're welcome, Jeffrey. Happy to do it. Sorry, I was a lot more active yesterday. Today I got buried under other duties here today. A little bit of a bummer. One bad trade today. It wasn't the worst, but wasn't great. Obviously, never happy to lose money, and I just never got a chance to look at the market again. Not the way I would have wanted to. I'm noticing RDFN popped up on the scanner, a different scanner that I had a bunch, and would have been nice to have gotten a piece of that action. How to best use them when they start over. I'm not sure what you mean by like start over. I just, I'm just watching them consistently. What's coming on there? Always, scrolling through charts, looking at what there is. Taking a look at the shares traded. If there's room on the daily chart for it to go anywhere, things of that nature. I happen to like, these shorter races, time periods. Not that I like the shorter time periods, but I 3-minute races, what I went with one day, I kind of stuck with it. And then I thought to myself, well, 3 minutes makes sense because I look at 15-minute charts quite a bit. So it's 5 races per 15-minute bar, essentially. So it's just kind of how I went, but there's no right time, 10-minute race, 20-minute race, 5-minute race, 3-minute race. It's, entirely up to you. I don't, I think that'd be a personal preference if you want to look and confirm with alert or other topless windows. Confirmation is never necessarily a bad thing, but also you don't want to miss out on things because of that. if you're just sitting waiting for a confirmation from another window, that could cost you as well. I would say that if you've got some stock that's showing on a race and you're interested in it and you're finding it on other windows that maybe aren't exactly the same, that have some differences, I would say see how those differences help confirm what you want to see from the original scan. If you have an alert window and a toppler, if you have an alert window and a race that are almost identical in every way, but it's not really confirming anything because they're doing the same thing anyways. So I wouldn't call that as a confirmation, versus if you've got an alert window that's got some differences between the filters. And then maybe it's the other thing is the alert window obviously has to have the alert or the event to get the trigger along with the filters. That alert or that trigger may be something that you've decided to use as part of your strategy for entering or exiting a trade, right? So those are things that I would consider. Like I said, for me, alert windows were just tough for whatever reason. I just didn't have a lot of success with alert windows and my day trading. It was a lot of topless and swing trading for me, or a lot of topless and game planning stocks that look like they might carry momentum into the next day and setting up watch lists for those specific stocks into the next day for a day trade. But like I said, alert windows and day trading and me, we never jived. And I have alert windows up here now just to kind of show off some different things with the software and give you folks something to look at. But in my regular layout that I'm using during the day, there's not one alert window for me. I don't use alert windows at all. So I guess the difference would be this. If you've got multiple scans that are showing the same stocks, but they're basically the same scan, that becomes confirmation bias then. Versus if you have a set of scans and there's some differences, obviously there's got to be some similarities for a stock to be across multiple scans. But if there's some differences, for example, you've got one set of scans that maybe is based more on some SMAs or VWAP, and then you've got another scan that's maybe based on Bollinger Bands and RSI or something like that, and they're all showing, not they're all showing, but they're showing some similar stocks that you're already interested in. That might be a way for you to confirm, two different ways that a stock is strong, not just multiple time frames with the chart, but strong multiple different technical analysis tools, or multiple different technical analysis data points. So that's kind of what I would point you or steer you into a mind or thought frame of. I don't, David. I don't look for short squeezes. I mean, the things I would point you to. Um, I'd be looking at stocks with higher short floats that are breaking out. I think that's part of what the A table is, right? Let me load this real quick. So here, let me share this with you. Maybe you want to use this as a template. This is something Steve had created. There's two versions of it. There's that one. I think this is a second version. And go over it real quick before I have to run here. So in the first link that I shared, this is, if I bring over the A table, you're looking at stocks that have a short float of just 5. You might want to go up higher than that, maybe 13, 14, 15%. And then, is this flipped maybe? That doesn't really make sense. I would flip a lot of this stuff. I don't know if this is flipped or not. What I'd be looking at is short floats that are higher than 5, obviously, maybe 15%. And then in a 20-day range, you want to see them at the top of that 20-day range. Maybe you want to use position daily Bollinger Bands, towards the top of that band. I'd flip this, actually. That doesn't do what I want it to do either. But that's what I would point you towards is flipping it like that, David. Is look at things that are trending up over the last 5, 10, 20 days towards the top of those ranges and with higher short floats. That's how I'd be trying to find it. So you're looking at stocks that are already moving up but haven't squeezed but have the potential for it. And then, take those stocks and maybe put them on a short list and actively manage that list. That's what I would be doing for looking at those. So, all right, let me take myself off mute in the main room as well. So, all right, everybody, I'm going to begin to shut things down here for the day. I'll first start with YouTube. So again, thank you all. From the YouTube side, I'll have this back open around 9 o'clock Eastern tomorrow morning. We will see you folks then. So thank you.